For a coon subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 29 months. And says testing if things are working ... first deck talk ... second Shelby's fingers ... End of line.
Y'all so picky, you want me to plug in the microphone. Don't just have it, you know, sitting on top of the camera. No, that's not good enough. Fine.
Coon says CHER 100 SLB's walk of shame towards the camera. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 29 months there. I appreciate that. And for the 100 bits after. All right. So, our objective for today is to put Windows 3 on the test bench. And also confirm that there are Windows 3 drivers for the Diamond Stealth 24, so that part's a little confusing. It does say optimize Windows and AutoCAD files, but I didn't see them on the disk image, so I'm a little confused. So that's one thing we're gonna do. Another thing we're gonna do is, assuming that all, you know, goes nice and smooth, we're gonna pull the PS2 over and get some games on that Windows install as well. It's probably gonna be Windows 3.1, most likely, just to make it match the PS2. Plus, it's not like I need to get work groups involved on this because I don't care about networking. This can go away because I set up video capture. So let me make that disappear so that there's some more desk space. And then there is something I want. Well, you know what? I don't think they're here yet, so I'll just wait. You know what? Screw it. We can just clip it. We'll get it over with at the start. Oh, gosh. Yeah. Alrighty. Trying to think about how I want to do this. I think I can do it the smart way. Okay. You don't need the desk space. Curse stream where we don't network test bench to the PS2? Oh, absolutely not. For so many reasons. Okay. Is remote desktop closed? Yes. All right. What was I going to do? I was going to press this button, and then I'm going to press... You're not going to be able to see me for a second. So the weird time where I need this view because of this thing. So this is my 3DS, and as I mentioned the other day, I did finish a soft mod on that, and we can do the thing now. And I want to kind of show this because it's weird. So, okay, first off, the 3DS has barbaric ancient networking protocols, so getting that working is kind of a pain in the butt. So bear with me for a moment. It is... You were supposed to connect there, excuse me. It's attempting to connect, so this is that. You'll understand why in a moment. We're looking at this. So, and what's going on over there will make sense in a moment as well. I just need this thing to, you know, wake up, please. Come on. This isn't that difficult. Just connect. Okay, hey, already. In... any second, and then it disconnected again. You kidding me? One moment. No? Okay. This is, the new 3DS XL. Hold on, we're gonna make it connect one way or another. I'm gonna toggle the wireless card because I find it to be unreliable, and I'm gonna force it to connect. So, one moment. Once that screen stops showing that stuff, then it will actually connect. Also, so I was contemplating, I'll talk about this part for a second. I was contemplating video out modding this unit. Ain't no way, no how I'm gonna do that, it turns out. So here, I'll swap over to this for the moment. So this is a dual IPS panel. I worked very hard to find, it failed to connect. Anyway, it's a dual IPS panel. I worked very hard to find one of these. And apparently the Galaxy Edition one is also desirable. Combine those two things together, and you end up with a very, very expensive piece of hardware, it turns out. And this console could potentially sell for like $800 on eBay, which is just absurd. So I think hardware modding this unit would be a crime. So yeah, I won't be doing that. Okay, there we go. I think that's connected. That won't update. There we go. And now through the magic of button. Okay, here we go. So no, I won't sell it, but it means that if I destroy it trying to mod it, I can't replace it because I'm not dropping $1,000 on another one of these. Okay, so you'll notice the, okay, so let me explain what's going on. There's nothing plugged into this anywhere. Ooh, magician, hoop around the item. We're doing wireless video capture. And I wanted to demonstrate this because this was the whole reason I wanted to do this. And it's kind of weird. So you'll notice that the bottom screen is really choppy. I did that additionally. So, or I did that intentionally, I should say. Just need a regular one to hardware mod. Well, but see, now we're getting to the issue. Okay, so what I wanted to demonstrate is how stuttery this video is. And I don't want to complain about it necessarily because people put hard work into making this function, but like it's really hard to say that this is like a good solution. I don't know. So I'm just a little disappointed. This is one of the easier games to run. So it's kind of, it's a lot worse with a more stressful game. Also, fun fact, if you turn on the 3D view, you get the left eye view in the capture. The fact it works at all is amazing. It is amazing. This was the reason I wanted this. And the results are, it is very cool that it works, yes. And I have a suspicion that it would work on a less colorful game, because I personally feel like they're juicing the color a little too much on this, and it's probably hurting it. Oh my gosh, the stutter. It is not possible to play through the capture at all. Does the 3DS have hardware video encoders? So I think the way this was working is that they are encoding each individual frame as a JPEG image, and then sending that. It's kind of weird, but I guess might be good for screenshots. Well, that's kind of the problem, is that the image quality is per frame really bad, even still with how choppy it is. Like this, I have pretty carefully tuned these settings, and it's still not amazing. So like, I don't personally think that this is worth like trying to use for recording, which is just kind of frustrating. That's all. Like, consider this. If we had a game that had motion on both displays, holy moly, it would be really bad. Now I want to show the other thing of this and why I need the view of the DS here. And that is a regular old DS cartridge. So one of the things about the 3DS is that Nintendo went through and ported every single game from the Mario and Luigi series that matter, Brothership, except for Partners in Time. Now, Partners in Time was already a DS game, so it wasn't as bad that it didn't get a full port, but there is an issue, and it doesn't like to read this one for some reason. There we go. So here's the thing. I can't launch this and have it run. And I was told that it is possible to do this, but from what I can find, it isn't. So this is the NTR launcher for the 3DS, and this doesn't really work for me at all. So supposedly this is supposed to play an actual DS boot screen animation, but it just shows a white screen. And then you'll notice the capture has died because this actually reboots into a special DS pass-through mode where the operating system is no longer running and Wi-Fi has actually been shut off. So this is it not being possible to stream a standard DS game, which kind of sucks. By the way, this is the kind of game where having the lower screen be choppy would not be acceptable because most of the game happens down there. And then both views would run at like 20 frames per second at both, or at most. So it's not optimal. New 3DSs are not as cheap as I thought. No, that's why I really was not kidding when I said I wouldn't be surprised if I could, this unit would cost me $800 to replace. That's how I should rephrase it. Not that I could sell this for $800, that it would cost me that to replace. There is one thing that I found out on this. This may or may not reconnect. I'm not gonna sweat it too much. Matter of fact, I'll just do this. Virtual Boy emulation? Holy moly! I was not anticipating this. We can go back to this view now. Oh my gosh. It is insane that Nintendo did not include Virtual Boy emulation on this. The resolution of the display on here is almost the exact same as the original Virtual Boy. This is a 3DS, this is a new 3DS XL, yes. But the resolution is almost the same, and so the pixel art looks perfect. The depth works great, and it's just an absolutely phenomenal experience. It's better than the Switch 2 Virtual Boy plastic enclosure. I have tried that. This is superior to it. I don't know how they didn't even just sell a Virtual Boy cartridge. Like, one of these games should have been a pack-in with, like, built into the console or something. It's insane that it doesn't work. Virtual Boy emulation work on the PlayStation TV. The thing about the PlayStation 3D display, the PlayStation TV, is the Vita that plugs into an HDMI port. The PS 3D display will show any side-by-side 3D content. So it will work with, like, oh my gosh, brain, Quest, MetaQuest video feed, oh my gosh, Oculus Rift HDMI video feeds. It'll work with a Blu-ray, it'll work with PS3, it'll work with a 360, it doesn't matter, it's just side by side. Is this emulator new? I've never heard about it. I don't know how new it is, but it is incredible. So yeah, that, unbelievable. I cannot, genuinely, I cannot believe that Nintendo did this reconnect, by the way? No. I cannot believe that Nintendo did not include that somehow on here. But, gosh, probably because it isn't in color, but they just sold us a $100 product to use with the subscription service. How can you tell if it has an IPS display? So IPS, you will take the console, you'll ideally show a dark image and you'll turn it on its side and the color of the panel will not change. So look up how to tell the difference between an IPS and a TN panel in general and you'll get an idea. But if you've ever looked at a monitor, okay, and you've had the screen at an angle and you've seen how the colors like wash out and change, that is because it's a TN panel. So if you look at the roof tiles, you can see they've kind of inverted in the video feed there. That's because this is a TN panel. So the DS will exhibit the exact same thing. Not having that means that it's IPS. The benefit to the IPS, it's more important to have it on the top screen because the top screen in 3D mode on the IPS panel is unbelievably good. I actually have played every single game I own on the 3DS in 3D because that panel is so good. So yeah. The money charge change has nothing to do with the product. Yeah, exactly. But again, I'm just surprised they didn't actually put any Virtual Boy stuff on here because it's so good. But yeah, you might be able to change the emulator to do that in color. I don't know. But yeah. Anyway, so I don't know if this will work. Try Twilight menu. Okay, one moment. I don't know if you can... I'm gonna guess it won't work, but I don't know. So there's a way of downloading new software directly on the machine. I'm going to see if the Twilight whatever thing is included on here. Wasn't sure if something I could see in a for sale listings, new 3DSL XL with a Galaxy whatever case. Yes. So the seller has to know that this is a thing, and then they have to put the unit sideways to demonstrate that. It is the 3D, yeah, no kidding. Yeah, this is the Nintendo 3DS 8 or 386DS, yeah. Anyway, I'm just going to search Twilight on here. Twilight. Okay, so Twilight menu, DSi menu replacement. Last updated today. I don't know if that's enough support. Available downloads. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of stuff. Holy moly. Yeah, I feel like this isn't going to do what I want. I think this is going to be for managing, like, DSiWare, isn't it? Because the whole point is that I want to be able to stream it's supposed to auto-reconnect. I can't believe it hasn't done it yet. Anyway, it's supposed to be able to stream the video, or I want to be able to stream the video from the DS, but I don't think it's possible. Anyway, yeah, that's it. That's long story short. It works. The video quality, to me, is not acceptable. I'm not even sure it'd be enjoyable to stream that, frankly, which is kind of disappointing because if I clear the filter here, oh my gosh, there's some cool stuff. Look, wait, there we go. One of the things that I saw on here that's kind of awesome, and it had never even occurred to me being a potential, there's a randomizer for the Ocarina of Time 3D. Kind of crazy. Like, I had no idea that. I wonder how that works. Like, can you use your original cartridge and then it just, like, modifies your save or something? I don't know. I'm interested, but I don't know. So anyway, that's it. Wow, the game lost connection while it was in there. That's unfortunate. But yeah, so I don't know. I'm thinking not much is going to happen with this thing going forward. So are there consolizer kits? Essentially, yes. But the thing is, you have to cut a hole here, and then you have to apparently drill out a bunch of space in the chassis to be able to fit the video capture board on top of all of the other stuff. Get checkpoint. I have checkpoint, but I'm going to say this. This is going to sound insane. I don't care about my saves, ever. So let's say I want to play this game. If I have only one save slot on here, and I want to like replay the game a decade later, I'm going to delete the save slot so that I can replay the game from scratch, because there's no point in playing a 100% save. And then 10 years later from now, if I want to do that, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to delete the save. So I've come to the realization, old saves don't matter. Like, I have saves on here, I don't care. Like, there's nothing I'm going to do with them. Like, it's an RPG. I spent like 24 hours on the game. Doesn't matter. I'm not going to use the save file. I might be weird in that, and I'm not playing Pokemon, so I'm not trying to like transfer things, you know, 3 decades later, but yeah. So midway through a playthrough, something goes sideways. Oh, so you want it for basically save states. That, yeah. Checkpoint is on there though, so I'll say that. Before we continue, I'll just, I'll show this off. That's what keeping all of your stuff looks like forever. By the way, Sonic Rush, original, not adventure, shockingly good. Crazy good soundtrack. I will never be able to afford it on CD, apparently, because, yeah. Oh, hey, look. Star Fox on a new re-release. I wonder where they get that idea from. Anyway. So the Ridge Racer port on DS, shockingly good. Really good. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I don't know all my games. Also, OG case mod from back in the day before that was seen as like the ridiculous. Oh my gosh, what? Oh, I don't get to show off the like ridiculous thing most people don't even know about. Oh, I don't know where it is, and now I'm sad. Okay, a lot of people don't realize there's a Rumble pack for the original DS. Mario & Luigi Partners in Time is one of the few games that supports it. Yeah, I was gonna pull that out and be like, hey, it's a surprise, but no, it's not. I don't know why it's not in there. That's concerning. Yeah, it takes up the GBA slot in order to work, and then it wasn't supported. I think you can technically use it on the DSi, but then the DS Lite, and then the DSi didn't support it, and yeah, anyway. All right, that's enough of that. We wasted, what, half an hour? 25 minutes, that's not too bad. All right, I'm gonna pull the... By the way, the way that I did streaming was dedicated network card for that. There's also one for the Lite. Is it low profile? I need to get one. I didn't know that was a thing. So it's kind of funny, a wireless network card now goes in the case with the 3DS. So, yep. Anyway, that's it for that. Old one, hello. I don't know if maybe someone clipped it, but the NTR launcher for DS doesn't work for streaming the 2DS games. I just tried demonstrating that. So maybe after stream or something, you can go back, watch the VOD, or maybe someone has it clipped, I don't know. But yeah, I tried, and unfortunately it doesn't work. So I'm pretty sure that no matter what, the 3DS just reboots into like a direct DS hardware mode, and that the NTR stuff doesn't run in the background that's able to do video capture. So next stream might underrun. Yeah, you can watch VOD when it's like, yeah. Okay. So, but yeah, that's it for that. All right. Now let's try and find Windows drivers for this thing. All right. Crazy stuff. Look, video capture. Whoa! Yeah, I set that up this morning. I created a new profile specifically for the Diamond Stealth 24 so that we can start calibrating for that. Now that we have a specific GPU dialed in. DSi is useful for modding though, has no OS, meaning you can jailbreak it, not have DS game either window boxed or blurry. So what are you talking about? The Twilight menu or whatever? Is that what you mean? So here's the thing. Oh, I wonder. No, it can't be. If I'm gonna play a DS plain game on a DS, I'm just gonna do it on my DSi XL because screens are correct, aspect ratio, correct resolution, all that stuff from the get-go. They're equivalently as good as the IPS DS, and then I got to use more hardware. I don't know. So, but the resolution mismatch. Yeah. So, yeah. What I'm saying is, I don't care. Honestly, seriously, here, I wanted to soft mod the 3DS for video capture exclusively. I have zero other benefits to doing it. Like, yeah. I'm never, other than Virtual Boy, because that just makes sense. I don't think there's anything else I'm going to do with it. Okay, I'm genuinely actually kind of interested in playing through the Virtual Boy library on it. That's actually really nice. Okay, so we're going to do CD. What was this thing called? Hold on. Oh my gosh, thanks AutoCAD for just garbage all over the root drive. It doesn't have a real Virtual Boy. Even if I had a real Virtual Boy, I'm pretty sure I'd play him on the 3DS. I cannot overstate, it is really good on there. Not TVGA, that's not what I want. STL, I think that might be it. CD STL. Dear util CD util. Yo, you know what? We told it we don't have Windows, so it probably didn't install Windows drivers. You know what? Real quick, let's just look at this. Let's look at the manual. Oh, does AutoCAD respect a tempter? Because that would be very nice. Okay. Let's look up Windows setup here. Lotus 1, 2, 3. No, Lotus isn't real. By the way, Microsoft Windows 3.1 drivers. Okay, hold on. First off here. Fun story. So the disk itself says AutoCAD. There are no AutoCAD drivers on this disk. I don't know why it does. All right, Windows 3.1 drivers. Let's look at this. All right. Diamond Stealth, Windows 3.1, recommend usage of only Stealth 24 drivers. Microsoft Windows drivers run correctly, not take full advantage of hardware performance. Off-price Stealth 24 card. Switch on a program called install.exe is included with the ease of setup. Insert Stealth 24 drivers and utility disk with a floppy. Type Go. Select Windows 3.1. You insert the Go program. Okay, use custom. Install. Selection is made. Program. Windows location of Windows drivers. Drivers will be read from the drivers directory. Once the driver has been installed, follow the on-screen prompts. Installation program features, once user installs any Stealth 24 Turbo Windows driver, the installation program will be accessed using custom diamond icon located in Windows 3.1 control panel. Okay, how do we get that fancy pants in control tool thing? Is this, welcome to In Control's book of design and after questions about Diamond's In Control tool. Is this just part of this? Installation. Installing Diamond Windows display drivers with In Control tools as simple as executing install from DOS or Win. Okay, so it's apparently just part of that. All right, well, let's give it a shot. Let's go grab. Actually, hold on. Does it specify whether I should install Windows first or the drivers first? We recommend usage drivers run correctly. Select drivers according to your needs. Drivers using a high number of colors will be slower. Speed is sometimes a more important variety of colors. You may want to install more than one driver. Switch drivers between different kinds of work. A switch mode program called install is included. The ease to set up the drivers in Windows 3.1. These instructions assume that you have already installed Windows in the Windows subdirectory. Okay, let's go get the floppies for Windows 3.1, install it, and then we'll install this on top. All right. Can say he's using Real Virtual Boy. I have not. Oh yeah, I was looking at. Don't worry, it's nothing. I was bored. Let's see. I want the Windows 3.1 IBM. Oh, wait, oh my gosh, there's a lot of floppies. Ugh. Oh. Side thing. Okay, Ben, you have, you know what? Hold on. I'll grab it. The answer is it won't work. However, I'm going to oh no. Oh, I think that sucks. I was going to say, Ben, you have until the end of the stream to find drivers, but I think it died. It may have been broken in the move. Oh no. I don't think it's supposed to be floppy. This is Spaceball, Space Tech. Manufactured, 6 degrees thing. Yeah, it's not supposed to do that. Unfortunately, it's just a whole... Oh, I think I see exactly what happened. Yeah, that died. It's supposed to be down there like that, and then you move it barely like that. It might... So I see what happened. So there are plastic fingers that go under there, and this one got bent up. And it snapped right there. I would have to somehow get the ball out, fold that flat, and then get it back. Oh, that sucks. That really sucks. 3D printing time? That's the thing. How do I even get it off? These are really hard to find. This one was working. Oh, that's really frustrating. I have to know we're going to take a minor detour here. Would it still work? No. Anyway, I was going to challenge Ben to find drivers for this, for AutoCAD. I don't think they exist. At least not for AutoCAD R11. I have used this in, I think, AutoCAD 97, or maybe it was 3D Studio Max. Okay, I did not kill the ribbon that I didn't know existed. Whew. Okay. There's also a plate like this is a record player. Oh my gosh. Okay, those two screws stayed in. Oh, that was close. Yeah, the game Spaceball is a completely different thing. Okay, one moment. That is the worst connector I have ever seen on a commercial product. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. I need a picture of the orientation because that does not exist. Oh, that's so wonderfully horrible. Oh my god, I love it. You got it. Oh man, wow. Look at this. They took a PCB header, soldered the wires on it, and hot glued it. Oh, it's a company after my own heart. So, copyright 1998. Yeah, there ain't no way, no how this is going to work on AutoCAD R11. It was at 3D Studio Max then? Yeah, ain't no way. Okay, we got 3 screws. Yeah, it does seem a lot older. That's why I thought there might have been a chance it could work with R11. Okay, and there we are. Alrighty. So. Oh, it gets even worse. So. This piece has completely shattered. That should be attached. Man. Ugh. Didn't know that. This is a Spaceball by Spacetech. Huh. Thought there might be, wonder if these pop out? Yeah, impromptu investigation potential repair stream. So when I reset it back in there, it feels really solid. So that part's fine. You know, I think I actually am not the one who did this. I seem to remember it having a weakness in one direction before, and it's possible that the move just finished it off. So I think it was already damaged before I got it. He tells himself, trying to make himself not feel as bad. Yeah, definitely not a serviceable part, which is going to complicate this. So allow me to explain this thing. So you have the ball. It can detect twists, which the problem is exacerbating. It can detect axes, rotation. It can detect pulls, and it can detect pushes. Philip, the thing is that I'd have to get glue down in there, and this moves. Like, let me... This is the crack that I have to glue, and that slides underneath of stuff. Like, this is normal operation there. That's not, like, a fault. Yeah, the sensors are in the ball. And it seems like the ball is permanently welded shut. So I'm not super against trying to split it because this does go on it, which would hold it back together. So I don't actually have to re-glue it. But I don't know how effective that will be, and I could damage it, and I'm going to be just straight up, completely honest. Trying to cut a sphere open, not the easiest thing. Additionally, the reason they have these pegs in here are because they glued the individual seams and then glued these. So there is a lot of surface area. Even if you cut all of these, it would still not open. And then Philip is also, onto something there. It is possible that these joints could actually be stronger than just the plastic now, too. This is a tricky one. I don't know what my options are. Other than cutting it open, though. That's the thing. All right, let's see. Also, just want to try something here. Oh, it's dirty as all get out. Hold on. Don't use that knife, please. What else do you think I am possibly going to use? That's what I thought. So many people complaining in the mail video, oh, sharpen your knife. It's just that it gets covered in the glue from the tape, and then it just needs to be cleaned. This is not easy. Yeah, I don't think that's happening. Yeah, we can try just stabbing, but nope, nope. Well, that sucks. I don't think there's a way in without something extremely bad. Yeah, Redshift is on to what I'm thinking. The problem with using the Dremel is the kerf. The Dremel will take away the material the same thickness as the bit, and then this will not hold it back together in the correct size. The two halves will have some slop, and it'll play in there. And a hot knife is going to do the exact same thing, just the thickness of the knife instead. The Dremel would be the smarter option. And yeah, I do think the pegs would have to be drilled, which sucks. This is very, very, very securely put together. They didn't screw around on this. Well, I'm gonna just put it back together and ignore this for now.
Raccoon says CHER 100. If they had screwed around, we could have unscrewed it. End of line.
Yeah. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Not perfect, but whatever. It's not like it matters. All right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the thing was assembled with the mechanism going into it, and then the ball was welded onto it after the fact, obviously with no serviceability in mind, because why would they? Yeah, I don't think you guys understand how rare and desirable these are. I can tell you, there are none on eBay right now. Oh well. That really sucks. Red to the red puck thing, which goes like that. There is one on eBay. I did not see it. Or maybe it was so outrageously expensive my brain just filtered it. I don't understand how desirable they are. They're very weird. That's there's a lot of desirability factor in the weird factor. Oh, this is... Yeah, oh, I'm already upset because I know. The other problem... Oh, it's the HP one, isn't it? No. No, that one's... I wonder... Ooh! I wonder if the later awful-looking ones use the same mechanism. Maybe I could transplant that. Probably not, because they probably weren't hot glued together by 6th graders, but I don't know. Maybe. Why is this PCB, like, not actually attached to anything? Yeah, so you can find these HP branded, IBM branded. I think there's one other model as well. But yeah, these were OEM'd. Oh my gosh, this is a nightmare. There's a little button on the side that goes through this hole that I have to align, and then I can put this in. And yes, I know about the rubber button panel, don't worry, because that's got to go in there. Ugh. I was really happy to get this one because this one is unbranded. This is an actual Spaceball branded one. So it's not IBM, it's not HP or any of that. It's one of the few ones that just says what it is. Yeah, SGI probably did have one. It would look really in place. Or at home, I should say, with an SGI. Stop falling down, you stupid rubber thing. You know, maybe I should just shove it up into this. I thought I had the blue tape over here. Maybe that's crazy and I put it back in the drawer. Nope. right. No idea where that went. That's GI won't have to be the teal color. As far as I'm aware, they're all beige. Yeah, that's the... Yeah, then it slips. Man, repairing that's going to be hard. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but we're not doing it today, and I'm going to have to really think about how I want to approach that. That's not a make a rash decision option. I need the blue tape. Where is it? Know how that ran off, but I'm going to tape the ball down so that it's in one position and has slopes on the side so it doesn't get knocked around anymore. Then I will probably buy a plastic storage container to keep it in after this. I don't know where the tape went. All right. Yeah, I assume that's the HP branded one. Yeah. Oh, that. Yeah. I don't know. See, maybe that might be worth it. So it's basically the exact same mechanism. I don't know. It seems a lot lower. Their pictures suck. It seems a lot lower inset, so I don't know. Well, it wasn't supposed to be a tangent. It was supposed to be me taunting Ben like, haha, look at this thing. I've been meaning to do a video on it for 4 years, and now I murdered it. Actually, again, it was weak when I first got it. I did not help it, though. It got stored inappropriately. I see the storage container I'm going to put it in. You know, I was hoping to get the blue tape to put on it before I tried to put the ball back on, or the screws in. But, oh well, that's not going to happen. All right, we'll just put them in and hope for the best. Another screw fell out. I wonder where it went. There it is. So this was inevitable. This was inevitable, I think. Yes. When I first got it, I could feel it was weaker in one direction. Like if I tried to pull it that way, it wouldn't go, and I'd have to pull a little bit more, and then it would go. So it was always cracked in one direction. So I'm guessing when I moved to the office and I didn't think about that, something got put on top of it and destroyed it. That's why I come with a warning label. I was secretly hoping you'd go, oh, yeah, there's drivers here. And they backported them. It's really frustrating because this thing 100% did work. It was good. Thought you bought it after I leased the office? Oh my God, you're right. I don't know what happened. Maybe it just barely got bumped on the shelf. I'm going to put it upside down. Nope, that's worse. How can I support the stupid thing so it doesn't rattle itself to death in there? Am I going to just fill it with a bunch of packing peanuts or something? Let's see. Here's some packing paper. That might be acceptable. Saw one of your Physical Byte magazines. Oh, maybe that does sound somewhat familiar. It's not impossible to fix. It's just going to require an actual plan. That's the problem. Okay, well that killed an hour. Now I got all this junk. Hold on. Let's get the Windows disk images on the flash drive. $19.99, various commercial Unix platforms. All right. I'm pretty sure I got it working with 3D Studio Max. I don't remember what year that is. But I think they had some kind of input for that stuff. Driver thing. That's why I was thinking it might have worked. What's MC-DOS? Well, Lanesy, I think I have the, I was specifically looking for an AutoCAD driver. Wait, has the full AI thing been completely rolled out now? Because I haven't seen it. Let's see. Space Tech Spaceball 2003. Nah, I still get real stuff. Yeah, an AutoCAD driver would have been special. So that's why. It would have needed to be specific. Well, actually, taunting Ben with it might have saved it more because I didn't know it was in that condition. And if it had jammed any more, it might have, like, ground up what plastic is there and it might have been unrecoverable. It is currently recoverable. So, there's that. The other problem I have is that I think if I don't know what's in the ball. It's possible that there are sensors and wires and stuff that are all glued inside that ball. And that if I try and open it, I could miscalibrate them. Like maybe there's Hall effect sensors or something in there. And if I change the geometry of the ball at all, it will become uncalibrated and unusable. So what I think I might do is get some like bulk cyanoacrylate super glue, and then the ball's open here. Okay, let me look at that. And then put it in a yeah, no. Are you that's a proto? Oh gosh. Yeah, we are not opening that. Nah. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. So, here's my thought. Raw cyanoacrylate. Yeah, they're sensors, but they appear to be loose. I think they're glued to the outside of the ball. Look at how much wire there is. I think they get glued to the outside of the ball and then put back. So if I have kerf missing on the ball, it loses calibration. Yeah, knowing about the different generations of sensors helps, because that will be completely different. Yeah, I think I'm screwed. So, okay, here's the thing. The collar that goes up into this part, essentially. I need a needle applicator for super glue. And then I think I can do it if I get a base that can hold the sphere and then very carefully position and move it, and then hold it in place. I wish there was a way. Trying to think of how I could add. It's like building a ship in a bottle, yeah. Then disposable applicator, kind of. One chain super glue not coming off. That's the other problem with this, is that if I get it wrong, it's hosed. And the super glue may not be strong enough. Yeah, but Digital Ice Age, I cannot. Like, you go, I don't know when you got here, but if you go back and look at how far down in it is. The other thing I'm thinking, and haven't said out loud, is I'm wondering if I could get a really thin epoxy that I could put on as a layer on top of the super glue. But I don't know. So unlike a real trackball, the part that goes up inside is not actually resting on anything, so there should be some clearance if I make it thick. Yeah, Philip. I didn't realize that wasn't a first gen. I mean, I know it was a 2003, but I didn't realize. I wonder how many of these actually were made. 1988. Wow, they made that? Wait, began shipping in 91. Okay. So this could have had AutoCAD R11 drivers then. That is not out of the realm of possibility. Yeah, so the problem, Digital Ice Age, is, like, imagine the opening of a bottle cap. That's how much space I have to work in, and then stick your pinky finger in, like, the hole. Actually, yeah, take a water bottle, stick your pinky finger in the hole, and then the amount of space that you have around your finger is the amount of space I have to work to reattach the pinky finger part inside the bottle. That's about what I'm working with. So that's why I'm saying a needle applicator for super glue, so that I can much more precisely position it. Found ADI, just not binaries. That's more than I would have guessed. That's cool. All right. Here's the other thing, and why it's a complete joke, and it 100% will not work with AutoCAD R11. I'm just going to close this. We got the drivers. Let's go get Windows installed. it 100% won't work because it cannot draw the models in real time. Like, we were changing the view position and it still has to do like a full like 10-second redraw. And no, they are not anything like trackballs. They are completely different. They're a joystick is what they are. Man, I'm really annoyed that that thing's croaked. All right, let's get Windows on here. Oh, I still don't have a mouse. Hold on, let me go grab a mouse, and then I guess we'll see if we can make serial work. One moment. We're actually gonna use a trackball, ironically. As long as it is where I think it is. Yep, it is. All right. Logi 3X connection claim, they give you drivers for their archives if you ask them. They just offer you trade-in device for newer one. Ah, boo. Okay, so Memorex, 3-button, thumb trackball. That's it's a serial device, which means we have to have serial actually work. Which not a guarantee. So there are 2 serial port wiring standards. I don't know which one this needs. So we're just gonna hope that it's whatever I already have on here is. And we're gonna plug it into COM 1 and we'll see what happens. Does Cute Mouse work with a serial mouse like this? Just out of curiosity. Do I have to specify anything? Say if it's for a video, that would be interesting. Yeah, I could potentially try that. Let me get it working first, though.
CHER 100-I call the RS-232 wiring Intel and everyone else. End of line.
Intel and everyone else. Yeah, it's. I mean, I have the sheet up there. It's Intel and what, Averex or something. I forget what the other one is. Cute mouse will work. Okay, do I have to pass in any parameters so that it knows it's a COM port mouse? Or is it just detect, I don't see no mouse, man. Where's mouse? And then it just finds and enables it. I don't know. I'm really depressed about that Spaceball. All right, well, that's good to know. Archive, let me move this up here. That's where I keep looking for. Archive, 8514. And then image, PS2 good. Cute mouse should be somewhere. Or not. TBSD. Actions. ISO extract.
NGODRAGON 90SIZHER 100 net serial trackball would be great for missile command. End of line.
It's not a trackball. Oh wait, the Memorex. Yeah. Ooh. That is actually one of the goals today. We can play Missile Command with a trackball today, actually. Good call, Neo Dragon. Everyone keeps calling the Spaceball a trackball. Chloe, also, thank you for the 100 bits there. I appreciate that. And if I didn't say it for the other 100 bits, thank you for that as well. Okay, come on, there's got to be Cute Mouse on this image. Where is it? Let me look at, is it AutoExec? I think it's AutoExec. Did I just not have a mouse on this before? What a heathen. All right, fine. I'll just go download Cute Mouse fresh. Jeez. Cute Mouse. MAME can have more games, but the entire point is to demonstrate Windows 3.1 native software running. Oh my gosh, I forgot how many things there are. CT mouse, that's all I want. Windows 3.1 native software running to show how... I didn't make a driver folder? Oh, wait, no, because we've been working on this here. DRV. Show how it takes advantage of 8514. Boom. Auto exec. I'm feeling lazy. I'm just going to type it here. C drv ctmouse.exe. There. Boom. 1.6. It's not light. There was a steel plate in there. After they announced the title of the sequel, yeah, I heard that it's apparently not The Search for More Money. I don't know what they were thinking of. I assume they haven't announced who's playing Barf yet. And that will be the only acknowledgement of the Spaceballs movies you get out of me for the duration of the stream, because I'm trying to not have it just constantly derail into that. His son? Fine, that's... Wait, he... Genuinely? I didn't realize he had a son. That works. I kind of preferred my other option of the stunt double. But that works too. All right. The World War Z guy, Tom Cruise. Okay. Are you ready for optimal compute experience? Just trackball always feels like kind of awesome. I haven't watched World War Z. I don't know who's in it. I thought you meant Mel Brooks' son. Oh, it's Mel Brooks' son? I don't know. I don't know who DZX's talking about. Error, device not found. Ben Light. No, it's probably the stupid EverX versus Intel wiring. I think that's what it is. EverX. DTK, Intel, AT, EverX. Okay, so we just tried this interleaved. We need split. Stupid serial cables. You know what I really need to do? I need to crack open one of these and I need to solder both ends to the one connector. But it's obviously not going to be right now because we got stuff to do. And then it's obviously not ever going to happen because there's always stuff to do. Okay. Let me find one of the other serial rear I/O plates. Okay, this one, how's that wired? That's, oh, you know what? It could be different on the other end inside. How about this? Let me just try this one. Fair, I'm used to MS mouse comm, which doesn't suck. Q's mouse might, but do you understand it didn't? Oh, I don't know. Okay. There's a chance this won't work. I have like zero reason to suspect this one will be different. I just don't know. All right, you just hang out over there and don't short anything, okay? Thanks. All right, let's find out. Mouse or no mouse? Chris Candy be playing Barf. Luce Pullman will also be Lone Star's son. Okay. And hello, Charles. You know what I really need to make? Actually, I don't need to... What are you doing over there, stupid computer? What I really need to make is an a null modem adapter to go between these two that is a DB9 port thing, and then just have that on the test bench. Then I can just plug in the same serial cable to whatever I want and then just add the adapter after if I need. Device not found. Okay, well that's not really telling us anything. Here's the thing. You have to take out these to be able to pull the shield back to be able to see what the thing actually is. So let me go ahead and do that. Let's find out which wiring standard we're using and then find the other one. Serial on in the BIOS. That's a good question. That's a very good question. Keyboard error. I'm pretty sure that the keyboard worked fine and that it was the reason you had the error. Whoa, is that 640 by 480 DOS? Or BIOS? Weird. Why? Why is none of that fitting? Huh? What mode is this not matching? Menu. DOS 3. Hold on. It's so annoying that it always defaults to fill with blurring. We want 1-on-1. Why are you being so weird about that? Oh, I know why. Hold on. This, and then decimation factor. I doubt 3 is correct. 2 is... Why does that not seem correct? How many pixels wide is this image? Is it 720 by 350? Joey's Bytes, it worked with my IBM mouse on a PS2, so it does work with other stuff. 2 looks right. 2 is definitely not right. So if you look at, I can't easily show this. Oh, I guess, hold on, yeah, here. So if you look at the number of pins on the chip in chipset there, so look at that. There are clearly 6 pins. If I go back to the ADC and I change this, the number of pins on there becomes much fuzzier. It's possible it's a phase issue. We can see if we can rephase it. No. And it's also possible it is an incorrect number of samples. It's real hard to tell though. Hold on. This. One moment. I think it was about to fail. I'm gonna go the other direction. Hold on. Sorry. And this is why I was avoiding video capture, because I get nerd sniped by this so hard. This is looking better though. Okay, so now at this point you can start to see it with mortal eyes. There are bands. They are currently moving from the left to the right across the image. The goal is to make all of the bands merge into one, which may have just happened. And then we need to set the phase And that's how you lock in your video capture. Now this gets a little trickier because I can't easily tell whether or not I actually have this correct. One moment. No, I don't think the phase is fully correct yet. Or I don't think the samples per line is fully correct yet. That might be. There we go. That looks a lot better.
Loraccoon says CHEER 100. I got impacted by Acorn A305. R keeps at 300 meters. Yes, I got nerd sniped. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay. Now what I want to do is go back to the scaling, cropping, and then I will make you all happy and just do that. And then to make myself happy, processing, no vertical nonsense, then we'll do Zankos 3 for horizontal. Okay. And saving. Profile, save. Boom. Yes. Okay. And now I will slide this over, and that's as good as it gets. You're going to lose a slight amount of that underneath chat and off to the side, because it's huge. Just deal with it. It's okay. You can make us happy. Okay. Peripheral, onboard serial port. Looks like they were enabled. Yeah. Okay, so it's the cable type. All right, glad we went into the BIOS for that, so now we don't ever have to go into the BIOS again. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to pull the header that's on the board right now off. Yoink. And then we have to pull the back of the serial shroud off and then see how the thing is wired, because that will tell us what kind this isn't. And this is interleaved.
End of line.
Parts people and 106 raiders, hello and welcome. I hope your stream went well. We are currently trying to get a mouse working in DOS. No, we are we're using a Diamond Stealth 24 video card, which is a pretty early VGA card that happens to have hardware acceleration before 3D was ever a functionality, but it's mostly for Windows. So today we're installing Windows 3.1 and the corresponding drivers for that card to see how it behaves. We got it working with AutoCAD yesterday, and it works with a horrendous 1024 by 768 interlaced video signal. So we're just trying to see what options we have with better drivers. Okay. A vector display? No. Get an oscilloscope and then film. Nah, that's not possible. It's just straight up. There's no way to do it. 3-1, not 3-1-1. 3-1. Honestly, audio. That's how I would capture an XY display. I would capture it as audio. I don't know how you're going to play it back, but that's how I would try and capture it. Okay, so I need to find all of these that I have, the serial panel adapters, and find one that is the other wiring standards. So for those of you who don't know, there are two kinds of wiring standards for serial port headers on motherboards. This is the kind that we just tried. That did not work, so we need the split cable. So inside of the ribbon cable, instead of the wires being put like this, it'll split and then fold over and be soldered to the connector. Can't remember if I put one in here. Okay, if I find one, I'm putting it in here. Okay. Unfortunately, the one that I have on there right now has a mouse port on it, which is super convenient, so I don't want to replace that panel. Okay, there's one. There are no more in that bin. That one, that is one. Oh, that was a weird one. There's no way that's not interleaved. No more in that bin. I wonder if there are ever adapters sold for it. There's one. That one's open. It is, that is split. Okay, we found one. And by we, of course, obviously me, but you know, it doesn't matter. We're all working together as a team. Yeah, go us. Okay. Oh. All right. So, split is like that. So this is completely different. This should be the kind that we need for this motherboard. Just gonna look. Yeah, all the pins look aligned. So in theory now I should be able to plug this in here and plug the mouse into this, and then QCOM will find it. I didn't just reboot. No, okay. And Microsoft mode, edit. Look at that. We have mouse cursor. What a stupid standard nonsense. Now go into the BIOS. You really want to see if the BIOS supports a mouse, don't you? I will be surprised if the BIOS supports a serial mouse, but who knows? Let's find out. Oh my gosh. We got a BIOS with a mouse. Suck it, EFI. Who needs you? Wait, now we can minimize these. Oh wait, it just does that? Well, that's boring. Does it do the same thing on all of them? Boo, boo, boo. All right. I would like for that to not be loose and ultra super risky, so let me...
CHEER 100 standards are like buses. There's another along in a minute. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Oh wait, standards are like buses. I thought you said tangents. Okay, I think the USB and the parallel port are the same width. So I'm gonna go see if I can find a serial and parallel port bracket, and I want to put that up there and then mount the USB ports on that, and then the serial port there, and then I can just swap between the two serial headers, and then this problem's solved forever. Oh man, I just self-owned with the tangents thing. That was amazing. Oh, here's one that's got a DE9 size USB header. Actually, that might be even better. Yeah, but they're actually USB port though. And I don't have a, oh, hey, look, a dual, no, that's exactly what I want right there. Okay, I got what I wanted. All right. So this is serial, even though it looks like parallel. It's just a 25-pin serial port for some reason. I don't remember. I think the only reason I'm using that. Oh, ooh, wait. I have a different option. Wait a minute. What if I move the USB ports down there, ditch this because it's stupid, and then we put one Everex and then one Intel style in the same bracket? I think we can do that. Hold on, do I have a dual serial bracket? I think I might be able to steal one. Oh, maybe we go this route. Oh, I don't want that route, but you know what? That would make more sense. All right, we're gonna use the stupid 25-pin one. Because, yeah, so if we put, like this one is the Intel style, so we put that here, and then we put the Everex AT one here, then we're good. We have both on one adapter. And then we move this here. So let me just work on this for a little bit. I want, just pull all these off. This is going to be a massive improvement of quality of life. Okay. Was traditional? Yeah, but like, meh. Okay, these are the same size, yes. Okay, cool. Unfortunately, this bracket is just USB. I would have to cut the bracket. I don't really feel like doing that. Run on non-standard VGA card. Oh no. Okay, let's, oh, this is wonky. I need this. Can I be dirty animal, do it this way? Good. I wanted to, but I'd rather I'm not able to. Yeah, that's correct orientation. Drill hole for the PS2 port next to the USBs, have the bracket. Yeah, but it's like 3 USB ports. Or 3 holes. And I'm just gonna not bother. This works fine, because see, it is the exact same spacing. So that's fine. Excuse me. I need to drink more coffee. All right, so now we got all our fancy modern ports on one bracket. We have 0 parallel ports, because who needs parallel ports, am I right? All right. Now, wait, I thought I had a PS2. Oh, no, this is the PS2. Okay. Tuck both of these over. Supercharge that coffee. No, I think I'm good. Okay, so this for the serial, and then whatever the other, was it this one? Is that the one? No, it's one that's plugged in still. Okay. I'm gonna have to steal some of these, or maybe I have some in my little screw holder. USB also has 2 pinouts. It does, yes. Unfortunately. That one I'm more particular about checking because it has, you know, power going through it. It's a little more important you get that one right. Hold on, I'm looking for these essentially because I need to add them to the other serial port because it does not have them. But those also look identical to motherboard standoffs. But the thread pitch is different. So you have to make sure you find the correct ones. You also have to have a thread long enough to reach. That might work. Those are also how you mount the thing, so you do need them. They're not optional. I could pilfer them from one of the other ones. Not my favorite solution because then I'm just kicking the can, but I think that can is looking real kickable right now. All right. If these don't work, then I'm just gonna steal them from something else. Okay. Mouse has power as well. Yeah, but I have both mouse connectors, so I did the thing I was saying I was going to do with serial with the mouse port, and I have both mouse pinouts soldered to one connector here. So those are a little more obvious though, because one mouse port is 2x4 and the other one is 1x5. So it's a lot easier to tell. Okay, bracket here. Okay, we're going to remove the parallel port, which I guess I could have stolen the things from that. Oh well. I think I still will, actually. Oh, those are kind of short, too. I don't know. I'm going to put the short ones on this if they'll reach. They barely will, and then... See, that wouldn't have worked for a bracket. And then that one's acceptable-ish as is. Future Shelby will just curse past Shelby for putting weirdo short ones on there. And we'll move along. How many subtangents are we from the main objective? One, just the serial port. And this is not really, this is not an extra subtangent. We have to have a mouse working for Windows. Should have specified the serial port, not the PS2 port. Oh yeah, it does sap power, but it cheats for that. It steals it from the data lines, so it's kind of different. But that is a good point. It does technically have power, yes. Do you remember what the main objective is? It's definitely totally in the title of the stream, yeah. We're installing Windows 3.1 to test the Diamond Stealth 24 with something that will hopefully not output 1024 by 768 interlaced. Here's the real objective, okay? If you want to actually like lay cards on the table, I thought the ATI Graphics Ultra would be delivered before this weekend, and we were going to play with that, but it wasn't. It's not going to be delivered until Tuesday. They kind of drug their feet on shipping it out. I was actually afraid I was going to have to cancel another eBay order because they didn't actually have it. But yeah, so really, I'm just, you know, holding pattern, flying around in circles until that gets here. But in reality, we're trying to get the other card generation that came out of the AMD, oh my gosh, brain. IBM 8514 going. All right, here we go. Both serial port standards, one bracket, no limits, one survivor. No, now we have mouse. We can do the mouse tutorial again. Oh, trust me, I know. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. You guys ready for another 20 minutes of mouse tutorial? All right, here we go. So many serial. Just look at all the serial port cables. You guys want to see something cool? This is my home project until the 8514 gets delivered. So I haven't actually opened this yet. I'm going to just peel the label off. This is male. That's not really male, but it's also male, but not kind of. It's like not particularly male. You know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna. Doesn't matter because I'm not gonna open it anyway. Here are now unrelated subtangent. Here you go. You guys ready? Look at all of these vintage hard drives. So nicely packed, so organized. You would hardly believe that I didn't do this, would you? No, I did actually do this. So I have all of my hopefully non-XTA hard drives here, because this is the AT-AT boy, and I'm going to be trying to demonstrate and test it in a second channel video with as many vintage hard drives as I can. So the goal was to pick as many ancient CHS addressed drives as I possibly could, and see how well the AT-AT boy handles this. So this is not quite a grease weasel for hard drives, but it is, it's not like the MFM emulator. It's meant to work better with the weird hard drives that don't do so well with modern IDE controllers. RAID 0 them when? I think I only have 2 of them in here that are the exact same model. And those are my favorite drives. I think it's these, yeah. Oh, I love the WD caviars with the colored stripe label that indicates the model number. These are fantastic. So these, I believe, are the same size. Where's the CHS? There we go, 1083. No, they're different size. Oh, it's 21200 versus 21. Never mind. Numbers hard, yo. What is this you're talking about? All right, let's just open it. I haven't actually looked at it yet. This is exactly why they reached out, by the way. They made this project and like it got no coverage. They're like, hey, would you be interested in taking a look at that? Like, actually, that sounds awesome. At least hopefully I'm right and that's what this is. Yes, okay. So, this is made by Obsolete Tech. This is the Attaboy. All right, so good to know I need a ribbon cable and a power supply. So this is a modern USB to IDE interface specifically for pre-LBA hard drives. So the idea is this makes it easier to use these with. So yeah, this was sent over for me to check out, and I'm going to record a second channel video. So yes, Digital Ice Age, not XTA. Specifically, XTA isn't supported yet, but they are interested in trying to get XTA working, but apparently it's complicated enough it'll warrant a different firmware. So, wanted a female connector so I can just plug it in directly. Need this like yesterday? Well, we're gonna have more test data on how it works here.
100C get one ship me a replacement drive with the same model number and a very slightly different capacity. Why I will leave the color of the air around me to the reader. End of line.
Maybe Helen Croft, I'm not sure. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. So yeah, I'm gonna be looking at testing that for a second channel video. The goal is, I'm just gonna try and image as many hard drives as possible. I'm gonna go grab an IDE cable now that I see that it needs that. And then maybe I will stuff a power supply in my box as well. I'm gonna grab 2 IDE cables in case the first one I grab is bad. There we go. Oh, that's a long cable, holy moly. How did I manage to grab 2 ultra long IDE cables that both don't have a middle connector? What? Anyway. These are sub 500 megabyte drives, so it's not an issue. Yeah. Yeah, this is an all hope is lost imaging solution. That's what this is. Been dreaming about this device for like the last 10 years. Oh, he'll be excited to know he's got first customer after sending this. Hopefully tapping commands get implemented someday, so it works with zip, etc. That would be cool. Hold on, I want to see if I have, yeah, actually exactly that. Garbo power supply for the drives. I'm just gonna pop this in here too. And that's now complete hard drive imaging demonstration kit. Yay! Okay, well I'm glad I showed that off because I did not realize I was gonna need some of that stuff. All right, there we go. That's going home with me today. Oh, this is a very heavy box. In case you didn't notice, vintage hard drives are like the one thing I don't screw around with on packaging. Well, and vintage CPUs too. They're all individually packaged for safety. Okay. Should we install Windows maybe, or should we keep screwing around? What did this fall off of? Oh, this is a Data General 1 part? What? How did that? Oh, there it goes. Sure, whatever. Oh, that's the floppy eject door. You know what? I don't even want to think about it. All right. Let's go. Boop. Yeah, it emulates basically American Megatrend stuff, doesn't it? Not 100%. Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking forward to trying it out. All right. It's capture time. Okay. What about vintage CRTs? They're really hard to store. There's like no good way of storing those. So what do you mean mouse not detected? It's right here. It's so close. How is that not good enough? All right, there we are. I still really love this test bench. Memorex make a left-handed version of that. I don't know. It is incredibly right-handed, though. It's not even pretending. If it... I apparently have 2 of the weird 25-pin serial port adapter things. I did not realize that. Anyway, why does it do this every now and then? I'm going to guess the XT or the SD IDE adapter just does something that it finds deplorable, and then it's just cranky. There we go. There we go. Loop back to the start of the stream. Shall we forgetting to plug a cable in? Hey, you guys want to go on another tangent? Look, this is the card that Helen Croft sent me. It's the MC Mechanic, the microchannel card. This thing's really cool. I, again, hope I never have to use this, but if I do need to, this will be unbelievably helpful. Do you guys want to, you want to, oh, wait, no. That definitely is an MCA slot there. That is hilarious, but it goes the wrong direction. I'd have to unplug the video card, and I don't want to do that. So you're spared another tangent. But yeah, I am really appreciative of that. It's going to suggest COM IRQ port being non-standard. Videos in TT YouTube. Yes! All right. Now for real, let's actually get to work. Here we go. Main task setup. Apparently Cute Mouse has an auto detect COM port. IRQ uses IRQ 4 for 1.3, 3 for 3.4. Oh, okay. Oh my god, has it really been 2 hours? I have some good tangenting today. In fairness, it was pretty horrifically catastrophic to discover that my Space Mouse was blown up. That threw me off more than average. Zenon works on PS2 for postcode diagnostics. Oh, that's right, yeah. Not all do, that's why I bought like 5. Yeah, I don't blame you there, that makes sense. Okay, MS-DOS above matches my computer. We know for a fact we cannot change this to 8514. Does not work. Because none of the 8514 direct stuff was correct. And the manual, the word book of the words, said to just install DOS first, essentially. Found bought another 3D printer, good, oh gosh. Okay, everything else is fine. Mouse, Microsoft, or IBM, PSCS, or whatever. No network card, as it should be. And there we go. I'm sorry, Wesley. Apparently, we've set too high a bar here now. You gotta admit, it's actually been a pretty fun stream at least, huh, Ben? We may have screwed around, but we done screwed around good.
Laumo says CHEER 100 :
Welcome
At least
to
it
the
worked.
Microsoft Legacy Store. Press 1 dash dot for MS-DOS dot, press 2 dot for Microsoft Windows dot. Please enter the desired Windows version. How many copies of Microsoft Windows 3.1 you want to buy? Hold on. You will be transferred to the sales department. .lomr dot Juden dot. Thank you for why.
End of line.
Really long, but it was well done. Thank you for the 100 bits, Laumo. It's a show and tell. The bar is too high, so I have to get taller bar stools. My stools are already pretty tall. All right, I'll look at show and tell. Let's see. I'm going to guess resin. Nope. Oh, okay. Ender 3. I don't know enough about them. I'm going to guess it's a 3D printer. Please wait while setup loads Windows. Oh, that's right. It does a weird, like, partial reboot. Anyway, I don't know a whole lot about the OS museum stuff. It's... I have mixed feelings about it. It is a very impressive accomplishment. I will say that. I just don't know quite what you do with it. But I haven't looked into it at all. So, there's a lot of hardware configuration that you have to end up doing with virtual machines. And I don't understand how that is handled. So, that's all. Yo, computer, what are you doing? I'm not convinced by the distribution model of here's everything, have fun. Do the same thing you do with any retro emulator. You fart around and have fun. So, but what, like, so how encompassing is it? Like, do we have Commodore 64 and is that just Vice or whatever? And then there's, like, I don't know, the HP 200 emulator. And then that one's really weird. And then it's like completely different ways that you utilize those two software packages. I don't know. Yes, pretty much. Okay. So is it basically one like VDI for VirtualBox you download that just has everything pre-installed and pre-configured? Is that what it is? And then you add your own software from there. Computer, yo, what are you doing? For the record, I don't see anything on anything over here. I think it didn't work. One VMI image with everything inside. Okay. So you are no longer natively emulating everything, essentially. Board is getting less reliable on boot. Reseat the RAM. No, the RAM is seated fine. I refuse to reseat the RAM. It probably does, well, no, it won't have a micro Nova emulator. No such thing exists. There will be a Nova emulator, though. It would emulate the Nova 4X, and it can emulate, I forget exactly which version of the machine is similar to the Micronova, but there's one that's close enough, except for the dedicated peripherals, like the floppy drives for this are at a different address than the other machine. The RAM it kept complaining about yesterday? I am entirely convinced that the RAM that it was complaining about was happening because it was in the middle of the HiMem test, and then I rebooted the computer while it was doing the test, and it thought it failed. Okay, I did a Control-Alt-Delete there. Did it expect you to remove the floppy? I don't think so. It should, the second disk should just be not marked as bootable. Is there a way I'm supposed to continue the install from here? CD, Windows. You know what, we're just gonna go. That doesn't make sense. I don't know why I shut it off. I'm going to restart the install. Starting MS-DOS. This is a new point for it to fail on. That is one thing I was curious about local H. Like, if you removed everything Linux from that, how many operating systems would be left? Because if you include, like, every point release from just main Ubuntu, that's going to be a couple hundred there, won't it? Like, if you include the RCs and everything? Like, so I don't know where the line gets drawn on that. Like, I assume that it has all the weird betas for Windows in it, because people love those for some stupid reason, even though they're useless. I'm going to hold firm. I refuse to reseat that RAM, but I will replace it. Distinct OSs, Linux counts as one? Well, that also I disagree with. Okay, hold on. I need a big old stick of memory here, like a whole bunch of memory, and these are never labeled, so I got no idea what they are. So that's not true. Some are actually labeled, and I swear at one point I actually went through and organized them for the ones that are labeled. I think I have two of these, don't I? Where's the other one? I think that's the one I organized. I'll be right. Oh, wait, no, that was SD RAM that I organized because it was actually labeled. Let's see, unlabeled. Oh, this one's got a piece of tape on it. 16 megabytes, there we go. I labeled that one. Okay, let's put this in there. There's a little bit of fuzz coming off of that, but it's probably fine. That just means that it's a healthy, strong sticker memory. It's got extra calories to spend on growing hair. Okay, boom. Yeah, showing off you boot with the other RAM. I get it. Whatever. Okay, A. Setup. I was wrong, as Linux counts as one. Ubuntu is there. Name, 2 versions. All right. How do we get to none RAM? I don't know. People wanted me to reseat the RAM. I didn't really want to reseat the RAM, but I would just decided to compromise by replacing the RAM. Okay, custom Windows. 486 expects RAMs in pairs. Well, it doesn't get them here. Sorry. And good news, this is a 586. Detected the failed Windows 3.1 installation of the Windows directives. Recommended you recover this in order to retain previous settings. Nav setup, trying to recover this. Press enter. Sure, yeah, why not? Let's find out. I have no idea what this does. Okay. Oh, I'm definitely not formatting the disk first. We don't need to do that. That is not true. I'm curious, has anyone made a video about the OS archive thing? Because it's kind of impossible to make a video about that. There's too many things to cover. Vamptonius, Deltree brings out Paul Bunyan, and then he shows up on your screen, and he just starts chopping up stuff, and then all the files go away. Okay, also made a video. Part one of part series 5-hour long format. Yeah, guy who made a video. But I am guessing he didn't go through and demonstrate like everything. That's the problem, is that you can't really demonstrate it because there's going to be so much stuff that's different. I'll say this. I don't like RetroArch. I don't have a problem with the project, although I've heard maybe they're not always ideal to work with. But I personally find that the things that are so varied, like different kinds of emulators, are difficult enough to configure on their own, that trying to then use a version that just hooks into it or something makes it more complicated. And just having the discrete individual options for when you need to actually work with something works out better. Why is it dead again? Because it hates us. I don't know. What does the Windows installer actually do? This entire series of streams is so cursed. I like how you're the only one who's actually paying attention to what's going on with this. Oh my gosh. I need to replace the RAM again. Is the CPU hot? It is a CPU that has a fan on it that probably doesn't even need one. I don't think so. Copies bare bones, Windows in text mode, launches it. Oh, you're right. We should copy all the files to the hard drive. We should do that. You know, I had someone comment on the PS2 video saying, oh, it's a neat trick you use to do your video live so everyone can hand feed you the answers and you can edit them out. But really the reason I have to do this stuff live is so that you guys can see the nightmares happen in real time and know that I'm not faking it. We need the evidence. And I try to credit people who help me out as much as I possibly can. Okay, CD setup. I'm gonna go MK dir win3. Trap exit, I do get how it works, I was just trying to genericize it. Yeah, so you have to compile, basically recompile the emulators as a DLL that has the API for RetroArch so that it knows how, that's what I mean by the hook into it. So yeah, that is different. It's always fun to pause on a VOD section released video and try to work out what nonsense chat was entertaining itself with at the time. Oh gosh. CD win3. Maybe not try to rescue the install this time. No, I think the problem, I don't actually, I have no idea what our problem is. I'm going to just try installing it from the hard drive and we'll see if that makes it happier. Rebuild the software to use its API for I/O rather than using SDL or whatever. Yes, okay. Yeah, that's for like the storage, save states, and controller stuff, right? But then you would have to use something else for like maybe the graphics engine. But RetroArch does have its own graphics stuff that it sprinkles on top. You know, I don't know how, like, say, Daedalus, I know that's one that has a RetroArch core, would have, like, OpenGL exposed. I don't understand how that works. Anyway, I don't know a lot about RetroArch, honestly. All right. Oh, MSX2 Plus, I seem to recall us having this, well, let me rephrase it this way. Last time we installed it from the hard drive like this. That's why if you go look at the screen capture here, oh no, I'm on the wrong page. All of the disk images were extracted because we had just copied all the files to the hard drive. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna copy all of the files from the floppy disks to the hard drive. I love that the 8514 is the first file on the Windows 3 setup disk. Are you kidding me? Gah! Anyway, we're gonna copy all the files to the hard drive and install from there, and I bet it will just be happier. It's ASCII-betical. It's just funny because, like, that doesn't have to be on the first disk of the, the Windows install. It could have been way deeper in because it's a Windows driver. It doesn't have anything to do with DOS. That's why I think it's hilarious. I just got this weird itch to replay Sonic Frontiers for a third time. It's a surprisingly good game. I should probably just play the Shadow section of Sonic Generations, though, because I haven't actually played that yet. That'll let me get my Bowser's Fury fix as well. This is such a squeaky stool. Is this the bad one? I bought 2 stools. This is the bad one. I bought 2 stools when Usagi was coming over so that we'd actually have something to sit on instead of me just being stupid and standing the whole time. And one of them came clearly used, didn't have all the fasteners, and I had to kind of redesign how part of it mounted and part of it was stripped out, and it was really annoying. And that's this one, and it's squeaky. So I don't keep track of which is which, but the other one was actually new. So plasma DRV, yeah, because plasma screens were a lot more common. Think of the Grid laptop, Compact 386.
Last time I had a weird itch, I had to go to a technician for a recalibration by your command.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Sonic 06 isn't real, it can't hurt you. Once Project 06 gets finished, I am so into trying that game again. I do think there is a really good game buried in that. Wow, it takes a lot longer on disc too. What would have been needed? Maybe inversion, screen inversion, because if you wanted black text on a white background, you would have to invert it. I bet that's why. Didn't have all the fasteners, had the worst loose stool. Gosh. Little brother shows you little brother sitting thing. Yeah, except I'm the one using the Mad Cat stool. Yeah. MSX, I actually tried to play Sonic 06 when it came out, and I got stuck on the beach level, which I swear is like the first level or something, where there was a problem. I think it was like, I don't know, was there air blowing or a jump ramp or something, but I got stuck like constantly falling forward, and I couldn't get out of it, and that just kind of killed my interest in the game at that point. I haven't come back to it since. I need to go blow my nose. That was weird. It didn't properly unmute. Might have been the Mach speed section. That can be weird. I don't remember. Hold on. Next disk image. Too many on rails moments. Yeah. I don't like that the silent button just broke. Wonder how the Windows tutor worked anyway, as far as animation and scripting goes. I don't know, the mouse tutorial? Yeah. Do the spin kick move? Oh no. So you go flying up into the air, like unpatched versions of Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts, where you can just stand on top of one thing on top of another thing, grab the other one, and then fly. Silent button suddenly became noisy. Actually, though, I could just use the 10-second mute button. Or the 10-second beep button. Diego, the answer is always going to be company implements AI thing. Does Shelby like it? No. Every time. Man, this is taking forever. I really hope all of the files are on the roots of all of the disks and I'm not wasting my time having forgotten the S or B parameter or whatever. Feature is 10 seconds of beep, send us blank stance right to launch an official objection. Oh, gosh. Yeah, Paul Guy, it doesn't matter, though. The entire AI industry exists because we apparently collectively decided that copyright violations are acceptable if you are profitable enough because of it. Like, these companies stole all of the content from the entire internet to train the AI model to do that. Like, all of GitHub was scraped, license or not. All of every wiki was scraped. I know, I can show you the logs on mine. And it was used for commercial purposes to sell access to AI. So, no, I will not give an inch on it. It's horrible. Want to know why I have Anubis running on Caps Wiki and wiki.tech-tangents and git.tech-tangents? It's because those sites get crippled if I don't. Well, I'm sure they went for Anna's Archive. That's the easiest way to get an instant amount of copyrighted material. I mean, so yeah, there is no amount of good that's going to come out of using AI stuff or accepting it. It is all illegally built, and it's just the most egregious example of the classism that does exist. It's just so frustrating. And that's without even getting into what the output is like. You don't even have to go that far to not like it. You can't separate. No, I can't separate that my websites right now will still get hammered into oblivion by all of the AI scrape bots. No, I can't accept that. You try running 2 wikis in a Git repository and then see what the network traffic is like. It's a bloodbath. There was a point at which internet service providers were able to measure how much bandwidth on the internet was going to Netflix during its heyday, and I think there was points it was like 60% of all internet bandwidth was going to Netflix. I am mostly kind of pulling that number out of thin air. I don't remember exactly how much it was, but there was a very significant portion of network bandwidth for the entirety of the internet that was just Netflix. I wonder how much now is just AI scraping. Well, trap exit, assuming it was all above board, meant that you had a locally created data set that was not stolen from anything else. That is already going to be reduced in scope and utility for broad usage.
My online diary is scraped daily by AI bots. So if you want a bot to talk you through the medical transition from male to female in the UK under the NHS in the 2000s, they apparently are up to it. End of line.
Oh, man. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. But you were just describing a plain neural net at that point. Maybe an LLM or something like that. That is, what you call it? The local stuff that is locally trained. There's no one doing that. It's just not a thing that exists. It's a hypothetical that it's nothing like that. So it doesn't matter. All right, there's all of Windows 3 set up in one directory. So let's go ahead and run this and see what happens now. Local LLM? No, it's not the way, because you're still using a data set that is trained on public scraped data that is not copyright cleared. I don't think we need any more proof than the fact that the Supreme Court, I believe, has ruled multiple times now that you cannot copyright AI-generated material because the source material is unprovable. All right, we're going to try and rebuild the existing one again, but use the hard drive setup this time. All right, fingers crossed. DCAC. You know, for a brief, glorious while, you could get a Samuel Jackson voice for the one thing that I don't want to say out loud in case anyone's playing with the television, that the company whose shopping name is a location in Africa. Maybe we're just not supposed to have Windows on this computer. Maybe that's all it is. South America? I'm an idiot. It is a jungle. That's not what Africa's... Anyway, no, the Congo is in... Is it in Africa? I think it is. And don't worry. That's not my thing. That's not my forte. All right. I do feel very stupid for that, though. Do the driver installation steps first. Might drop the file somewhere you can put Windows setup at. But, oh, man, there's no way. No, we can't do OS2. OS2 super duper will not work. How can that computer not run Windows 3? Spite. But it began in Africa? Okay, Pangea doesn't count. Come on. We're not going that far back. Is there a driver for Windows NT? I don't think so. Yeah, it's not getting to the point of the drivers, the graphics drivers. I don't think that's it. It should still just do plain VGA. Do you still have EMM386 in the config? It messed with the config stuff. So it changed some things. We can look at what it changed. Hammer 8514 into Vesa slot reinstall. I like the way you think. Cursed computer for sure. This isn't even the PS2. I don't get it. Edit. Config.sys. There's the EMM386. We want to try? I mean, there's no harm in doing it. Why not? Alt FS. I mean, what should AutoExec try and run? I assume it tries to run something. CT mouse. No, it doesn't try and do squat. We do still have the other 486 motherboard. Oh, no, this is that one. There's the one I'd have to manually configure and put in a new processor. Dude, how is this hard? You know, I am a little nervous about what Ben is saying. Open C Windows boot log. All right, we can do that. CD Windows. I know how to type. Type bootlog.txt. Hey, there's a whole bunch of stuff. Look, it successfully. Cool, it died on display driver. No, that's got to be a coincidence. No, it says load success, display drive. Oh my gosh. I did have temp set, bad AutoCAD. All right then. All right, screw it. Let's just run the diamond installer. Why not? I mean, but how do we resume this setup? But Ben, still, how do I resume this setup? Because it's clearly copying all of the files back over again. It's replacing all the files that are on there. So I can't even just replace display.drv with whatever the Stealth 24 one is, because other have disk. All right, we can try that. Go. Run setup in Windows. We can't install Windows. That's the whole problem. Hammy's Hangout. Install MS Windows drivers with Stealth card. Perform the following steps. Exit this program. Insert it into your floppy drive. Type install. Okay, fine. Install. Read point B. Yeah, the fact that it's just going to copyright or copy everything over. I mean, we could try and copy the driver dot. What do you mean? No command. What? Wait a minute. It was a separate disk? Dude, why are people asking so much money for this stupid video card? This thing is not worth $200. What the heck? So those two discs, but it's a weirdo VLB version. Just manual. 8-bit card, that's not the same. Oh. Ah! And that's it. That's the only one. Okay, who lives in Poland? Who? I'll tell you, that's not my fault. All right. Wow. So when I say I haven't been importing anything in the US for a while, you might understand why now. Although I don't really want to buy anything in the US either. Why is it $200? Doesn't make any sense. What the heck? What am I missing about this card that's so special? I gotta be honest, if anyone does, I want the actual discs. Because I think those are also different versions in mine. I want to complete the box. Not having the drivers for the box kind of kills me.
They've subscribed for 17 months, currently on a 15-month streak, and says suffering the rough seas in the Bay of E. End of line.
Rich Files, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 17 months of hanging out. I mean, these are still too much. Used by some industrial monstrosity? I really don't think so, though. I mean, that would make the most sense. Gaming card? It's actually a really horrible gaming card. Yeah, that's I don't think that's the actual cost of the tariffs. I think that someone's an idiot. I don't know. Oh my gosh. Oh, that was nothing for my throat. Don't worry. I'm good. You know what yakking at high volume non-stop for 10 hours a weekend does to your throat? I got super strong vocal training here. No, none of the discs are archived. I was the first person to upload them to archive.org yesterday. We can check which versions I have here because I put up images of the discs. So I have 2.02 and for Turbo DLD 1.02B. So these are the same. Interesting. But then these are different. That one's the same, but this one's different. I wonder if there's an AutoCAD driver on that. Just a zip of the files. It's worth a look. There's no install in there. This is the same disk that we already have. It does say genuine. Well, in fairness, here, let's look at this. Apple to Oregon Trail. There's just one guy who's really bad about this. Yeah. So I kind of understand the saying genuine, because this shouldn't say imitation, it should say imitation. That's just straight up piracy right there, just for the record. That's just straight up. Don't do that. What was the Win3 zip? I don't see one, though. Was there a zip in here? Win31 zip? That's not in mine, is it? It can't be. We would have seen that. Where'd it go? This is one of those stupid ones we can't. This is just straight up. No, stealth? What on earth? Turbo Win 8514 fixed font, 8514. That's really interesting. Install. This might be it. Okay. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's driving me crazy. Extract, auto detect subfolder. The newer versions of the Dolphin extract dialog, you use extract here to get a subfolder, and the later ones you use, or the older ones, you use extract to auto detect subfolder, and it drives me insane. All right, this might be an actual disk image. Let's go ahead and do media image. I don't want it to be a 144 though. Let's do this, and we're gonna be cheaters. No doubt that they're going to remove it. Remove what? The Apple II floppies? Those have been for sale for years. All right, I'm going to make a disk for this. We'll see. I don't know that I'm willing to pay like $60 or whatever it will cost, because it's still not going to be cheap to double ship the stuff for the other ones. I don't know. I would really like to get them though. GW write drive B that image format IBM 1200. Observe my lying to the software in that this will work. Floppy images are just a blob of concatenated data. So as long as you just ignore the space that isn't used, it's fine, whatever. It's all FAT12. And yeah, AutoCAD driver. What is, I'm going to copy that link. I want to look in the above folder. Forbidden? I know how to spell. I don't know how to type, though, apparently. Oh, that'll work. Thank you. Okay. Check and check. Oh, VLB is at 805. I was wondering what the difference is. Okay. Yeah, so they are correct here. Replacing the... That's why this is a second gen 8514 clone. This is a first gen 8514 clone. It's not fully an 8514 clone. It's not directly compatible. unlike ATI, they didn't make it a straight up register clone. I would love to get one of those to test that, but yeah. Okay, operation manual missing. I don't know about anything about that. 3.1 drivers, version 3, 3.1 drivers, version 3. Ooh, fancy pants. AutoCAD. Oh, I wonder if that is the Turbo VLB disk then, if they have it broken out like that. What I was calling out was the fact that the original driver disk, this, has AutoCAD mentioned here, but there is not an AutoCAD file on there. Yeah, so Hammy's Hangout, what we're specifically looking for is the Diamond Stealth 24 driver disk, because this is completely different. It's not just an S386-9 or 801C. It's a lot more. It's all right. I have written that floppy. Let's go try that. Welcome to the new Windows driver disk for this, maybe, hopefully. Let's go find out. Did I have a sleeve? I did. By the way, this is still going to be a horrendously broken Windows install, so don't expect anything magic to happen here. All right, B, install. What do you mean, bad file? Of course, when I try to show off, being all fancy like, I'm wrong. Look, there's 3 gigs of data on the floppy. Whoa, crazy. I swear that should have worked, though. Why did that not work? All right. Let's go about this another way. Home. Local. No, that's not local. Local. Share. KIO. Service menus. Git pull. Merge branch. No. Git reset hard head. Okay. Git pull. All right. Media tools, dir. Okay. Dir to disk image. Okay. So, how many byte sizes is a 1.2 meg disk? Unfortunately, I don't have... Where's my AutoCAD images? Hold on. Archive. It's all on my USB drive. One moment. Give me the thing, and then the other thing, and then you know what? That thing will work better. New floppy compression method. Yes, they found a way to compress more pain into each individual floppy disk. That's the wrong one? That's not the right one. Where's the other? Eject the thing. There we go. Where's the other image? Or drive. There it is. Ah. Okay. Double space your disks, yes. Here we go. Archive. Diamond Cell 24, this will work. Okay. So I just want the size in bytes of this. So, we're going to take this. I'm going to make this, make floppy 1, 2. Make floppy 1, 2. 1.2 megabyte. And then here, we will take this number, copy, put it here, eliminate these, count 1, perfect. F, I think, for floppy, F, M format. I'm going to hope that it's that. And there we go. That should maybe, in theory, do it. Okay. All right. So this is a KDE service menu file for the record. This is how I create those custom right-click menus that I use all the time. So in this case, I'm going to go and delete the Win3. You know what I'm going to do, actually? I'm going to do... nope, that's the wrong thing. S24, and I'm going to move this in here. Okay, so I can right-click this now, go to Actions, Media Image, and then I can click dir to disk image 1.2. And now I have a 1.2 megabyte disk image of this. And with that, I can then, I could, in theory, grease weasel simple, write 1.2. I didn't make a write 1.2, huh? Really? Let's go back. Is there open location? Yeah. Okay. GW simple. Check that the disk image is valid before writing it. How? All right. Write 1, 2, 1200 drive B. Boom. Okay, now I can go over here, right click, actions, GW simple, write 1.2, boom. And it's now writing the disk. Mount it? How? Mounting a disk image in Linux is super annoying. I would rather write it and walk over there and read it. mtools is the proper way to do it. So if I were going to do this for real, I would make a temp dir. I would copy this into there, and then I would right-click this, and then I would use media image extract, because that will extract the files out of it, and then we can see, hey, look, mtools was able to extract those files. But you guys aren't going to find that acceptable. You're going to want some complicated nonsense. So instead, I'm just going to write the disk image, and we'll go look at it. Test it using VMware. The solution that we're comparing this to is just doing the thing I want to do anyway and walking 4 feet. Oh my gosh, the service menu documentation is horrible. It is so bad. Make sure we don't get a garbled image. I wonder if it works on the other one. Let's find out. Oh wait, because it's 144 already. Yeah, that won't work. How much in metric? 0.12 meters. I don't know. All right, and we're done. Boop. And
Diet guitarist says Caroline has a colossal swims through the Bay of the East just so she can grab hardware for those keypad needed. From outrageous shipping prices to something that can be preserved for eternity. That is what makes the CHER 100 so useful on a computer in which either has to have Windows with the appropriate drivers or will have OS 2. For its peak system. Old computers are fun to tinker until the end of line.
I don't really know what that was, but thank you for the 100 bits, Diego. And boom, it's not an infrared floppy. Fine, we'll use the direct, imaging read command instead. There we go. Yeah, but don't you have to run as root bin for mount, and then it's wonkier from there? Open the install exe and has a PE stub. Don't they all? I don't know. All right, install, go, install, go. I have the init file. Try it. What do I try? We can't install Windows because it dies on the video card driver. We can't install the video card driver because it needs Windows. Win doesn't exist, I guarantee it. I don't think I said it. Rich Files, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 17 months. Oh no, I did say that. Sorry. I am just fried. We did remove EMM 386, but it shouldn't matter. Install Windows with basic VGA driver. I did. Oh, you're saying point the NF file at the... Okay, yeah, we can try that. C, CD, setup, CD, Win3. I love that I'm probably killing some of you because I always change one dir at a time. When you suck at typing as much as I do when you're live, you'll know the true pain of not wanting to do that. No recover, only kill. Okay, not that. Was it called OEM 1? I don't know. No, there are no subfolders. I don't remember what it was called. Hold on, let me go look at the files on the other computer. OEM1.inf and OEM2.inf. OEM1 is Stealth 24 driver disk, disk 1. They're like identical. They both... I have no idea why these two files exist. They seem the same. I'm just going to tell it OEM1.inf and see what happens. OEM1.INF. Okay, we'll go rename the stupid thing. Fine. OEM setup.inf. F3 exit. B. Copy OEM1.inf to OEM setup.inf. And then we'll watch Windows explode because this is still broken or insufficient disk space. Rename OEM 1.inf or OEM setup.inf. C setup. Yeah. Don't recover. Have disk. The IRQ jumper stuff does not matter for this. So we've read through the manual on that. All right. Oh no. Okay. Let's find out. I'm gonna go large font, 1024 by 768, 256. You know what? We'll go 16 large font. Nah, screw it. Live Moss. Yeah, why not? All right, here we go. How long have you been having nightmares about these driver files? The ATI Graphics Ultra that's coming does not include the manual. I thought it did when I bought it. It does not. I'm really scared about what setting that up is going to be like because the manual isn't scanned online. Wait a minute. That was a 1.4 disk? That's not right. You're saying there was 1.4 megabytes of files in there? That's weird. There is. Huh. Watch, these are Windows 95 drivers or something stupid like that. Alright. We'll use the GoTech with the first image I made that didn't work right. Here, I'm going to give you guys a visual novel version of this. Okay, so I'm opening the GoTech flash drive in KDE Dolphin, and I'm deleting all of the existing disk images from it. Now I'm going over to the downloads folder where I accidentally made that file that has all of the stuff in the root, and I'm copying that 1.44 megabyte disk image over to the GoTech flash drive, which has now finished transferring. Now I'm going to click eject. I'm going to wait, and KDE has ejected it, and now I'm pulling the drive out, and we're good. If this doesn't work, by the way, we're not done because it may have copied a corrupted, partially transferred file over. So that's so much fun. I don't think it's going to work anyway, though, because why would the standard VGA driver not work? That doesn't make sense to me. Maybe I upgrade that Attaboy project to a main channel video. You know what? Why not? There's no reason not to. Why should I make it a second channel video? I could make it a main channel video. And then for the second channel... This is one of those days. Yep, that's what this is. This is one of those days. All right, well, it still isn't working. The light's not blinking this time, so it's outputting something. It's just black. Yeah, I think it died. I think it failed again. I'm gonna Control-Alt-Delete. We'll see what happens. Back to capture. All right, I guess we go to the A drive version now. Just out of curiosity, can someone chat? It seems I feel like someone should have chatted by now, and no one has chatted in a little while, and it's weirding me out. Install must be run from Windows. Go? I don't know. Envision chat is hung. Okay. Yeah, no, my chat here died. That's weird. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Ben. Strange. Why? Did the stream go down at all? Out of curiosity? Well, not that you can tell me, because I can't read it. Hold on. Let me go remote into the server and restart the chat API. I don't know how that happened. I don't think we've ever had that happen. Oh, you know what? I bet it crashed on something. Hold on. Let's find out. First off, hold on. I'm gonna do this. That'll work. Did no machine not start? There it is. Chat. Ooh. Whoa, that's a new one. YouTube chat's coming through, but not Twitch chat? What? Never had that happen before. So Twitch chat died, but not YouTube chat. Interesting. Welcome to the YouTube chat only stream, I guess. That's a new one. Why? It never errored. All right, unblur. Yeah, it never errored. This was the last chat. What you're saying is you need a new video for TT1. And then it just stopped updating the Twitch chats. Huh. All right, I'm going to restart this and we'll see what happens. Okay. Chat it up on Twitch. There we go. That worked. No, that will clear out Deck Talk messages. I think we've actually fixed it so that it will never replay Deck Talk stuff. That's weird. We've never had that happen. Huh. Strange. Okay, so what did I miss? You guys sharing in my misery over there? So much. Yeah. Maybe it switched to another chat server. Is that a thing? And yeah, I did. You know, actually, I think maybe I do actually record the Attaboy thing as a main channel video. Like, seriously, I think I might now. I don't know. This is killing me. How is this bad? Despairing about your broken computer? Yeah, you know what? I mean, what do we even do? Also, let's go back to eBay. Hold on. ATI graphic. You know what? Mach 8. Mach 8. Diamond card even work properly? Yes, it works fine. We ran AutoCAD on it in Fancy Pants mode, and it ran great. I know it's IRC with extensions under the hood, but I've never heard about it switching servers. Graphic Ultra. There's also a graphics something else, I forget. I don't remember what, I have no idea, but it's, there's two versions of this. One has good VRAM and the other one has DRAM. Vantage, I think that was it. Graphics Vantage. I would accept either manual. Vantage. For all I know, it didn't even exist. Vantage, that's it. Yeah, so it's got the garbage VRAM. I've seen this listing before. I feel like this is the worst possible way of displaying this kind of thing. I hate that stand. That's an Ultra. Yeah, but there's no documentation. Nothing. Nope. This is still the 5x86. I'm concerned Ben might be right, and perhaps it's too fast. Reconnect command? Well, that won't help my chat script. Besides, I'm not using IRC to connect. So, Philip, I could, but that should have just worked with the standard VGA driver. I guess we have 45 minutes still. Let's stick a DX2 in the other motherboard. So stupid. No, I didn't buy another motherboard thing because I'm not crazy. Here, thought it was just a PS2. I know, right? Apparently, I'm the thing that's cursed. Press X to doubt on what? Me having not bought a 387? I have not bought a 387. Trying a different card slot? No, it's just not. It's just not worth it. I don't want simple troubleshooting at this point. And again, it can't be the IRQ because it worked in AutoCAD perfectly. Okay, that's all connectors, all connectors. Doubt I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy! Sounds like some crazy person was saying.
Loraku says CHEER 100. You aren't crazy. Do you have evidence to back up this statement? End of line.
You can't prove I have been to an insane asylum. Local H, there is no win executable unless you want me to just run it straight off the floppy. It doesn't finish the install at all. So the Windows 3.1 install starts from DOS and then hands off to like a partial Windows GUI. Yeah, it's a weird motherboard. It's a weird CPU. There's a lot of weird going on here. So it being an incompatibility with this and, you know, other stuff would not surprise me. There's no WinCom on the floppy either? Cool. So yeah, it would not be possible. Also, Chloe, did you change your username with the redeem command thing to just Coon? Or is the Deck Talk not kicking in soon, or my Bluetooth headphones noise gate like too early or something? That's not a motherboard box. That's a network card box. That's like the opposite of anything I want to touch. Where did I put the... There's the motherboard box. Deck Talk and your headphones. Okay. Cool. All right. So, prepare for a totally normal tech tangents kind of thing. Here's my brand new inbox 46 motherboard. You know, just like everyone else has kicking around. Never been used. Just your run-of-the-mill thing they have. So we're going to try and figure out how to configure this for a 46 DX2, whichever the slowest possible one I've got is. So let's figure out what we've got. This is a socket 3 board. Oh my gosh, look at all that VLB. What on earth? I thought I was going to lose the VLB doing this. I'm gaining VLB doing this. Oh yeah. And what do you know? Non-fake cache. This is probably just going to be a better motherboard all around. Okay. Doesn't even have a battery. Oh wait, because I removed the battery. That's right. The battery was right here. Okay. I can't read that one. That's a 386. Okay, 46 DX2. This is 66 megahertz. So, contender number 1. Do we need a heatsink for a 46? I don't think we do, right? I think we could just put it on there and go, yep, we can fit so many megahertz in that bad boy. Okay, and then this is, I think this is the one where the heatsink actually pops off. Okay. And this is DX2. 66, but it's got a heatsink. You know, we'll probably just use this one. I'll leave this off for now. Oh, this previously had a fan installed too, I can see. Okay, we'll probably make that our go-to one, mostly because I don't want to put it back in the bag. That was hard. We got danger processor. We're not touching that. I'm not an idiot. You can't make me put one of those things back in there. Also, speaking of danger processors, we got another one of them. Ain't doing it. Nope. And then we got, let's see, what's this? Got DX2. Wow, DX2, 66. Crazy. Whoa, who would have guessed? I'm starting to think I might know what the most common speed is for 46 DX2s. That is the bag for the bags, and there's whatever this one is. We'll never know because it's all tarted up with like specialty pins that raise it up out of the socket. I have literally no idea why you would do that. They're permanently attached. I don't think I can remove that. And then we've got a heatsink that is epoxied on, so I can't read what it is. There's no legend on the bottom. This CPU, unusable, because we don't know what voltage it is. All right. Is it the most common because they didn't make any other ones? I thought there wasn't a 33 megahertz DX2. I got no idea. All right. We're going to pick the heatsink one. So there's a sticker on the bottom. I'm pretty sure stickers make things faster, so we're going to leave that. Okay. So, let's read some words. Warranty void if removed. Okay, won't remove that. Good to know. So, one word book. Alrighty. That's right. Jumper errata. That's always so much fun. Okay, cache size. I don't know how much cache I got. I got that much. Coder on the bottom of the chips with the not removable heatsink will tell you what the processor is. Well, the one that has the heatsink doesn't have anything on the bottom. It's just solid gold. Okay. Again, this board should probably... I mean, I just need to know how to set it up. I mean, look at all the jumpers that are on here. I need to know how to jumper this thing because it's never had a CPU installed. So it's kind of critical that I get the jumpers right since, well, look, there's even more over there. So I have to know how to jumper this thing, which I've never done before. Okay. So we're gonna have between 128K and 512K. So it's 8 RAMs. They say there's 20 pieces in there, so it's the 20-piece McNugget set. Them's is RAMs. Yep. Wow, there's literally nothing on those that tells you anything useful about what capacity they are. Dude, I hate how this stuff is. I'm gonna have to look it up. I say I'll look that up, and then, I mean, yeah, anyway. All right. About this guide, introduction hardware, BIOS, post messages, okay, for systems to operate normally, please make sure JP16 in this board, JP16 is open, no CMOS data can be retained. Well, good news, it doesn't matter, because I don't have a battery in there. That's 32 times 8, so that's 512. Those are 256X chips. Running at a max speed of 50 megahertz, so it's not going to be compatible with a 66 megahertz CPU. Is that what you're saying? Unpacking the main board. I'm pretty sure if I'm this far, I've already unpacked it. Let's see. Mainboard running from 25 to 100 megahertz, supports normal 46 CPUs. Intel's SL Enhanced 46, weirdo SL ones. AMDX for normal 46 CPUs, weird. Plus speed to DX266 is only 33. Oh, okay.
Loracoon says CHEER 100 TE2 in DX2 means the clock has doubled, the bus is only 33 MHz. End of line.
Oh, okay. Is there a packing list? Does it include the packing list? Yeah, the packing list included the manual, which is the thing that's there. There you go. Okay, so I'm confused. Are you guys saying this is 256K or is there 32 by 8K? Okay, hardware configurations. The main board supports CPU type P20. Okay, that's 46 DX4, 46 DX2. Boom, that's what I want. Dude, this is invaluable. This is 256K. Okay. 32K by 8 win bond? Wait, is it 32 by 8 or 30? You only get 512 or you're mega rich. Okay, so we set that. There is no errata for DX2, it looks like, so we're good on that. So did you guys just look up the chip, or how do you know which ones those are? Okay, I'm gonna put this here because that's the page we need. AM46DX2 enhanced. Oh my gosh. CPU installation, plug CPU in, got it. Cache configuration, a special feature, mainboard built-in direct connect cache, supports some amount of memory. Mainboard is built-in cache controller, upgrading cache. Yep, that is in theory. Okay, jumper settings. Okay, before I touch any of these jumpers, I'm reading through this whole thing because I've never done this before. Let's see. Look up the data sheet. Okay. Remember working with these issues first time around? It is not fun. Okay, there's a monitor jumper. CPU clock delay. I don't know if I want that. CPU frequency configuration. Okay, so we're gonna be. Is this for the bus? Not clock generator. So I'm guessing because there's no 66 here. So I assume we're gonna set it to 33 because it's DX2. Do 33. Okay, that's what I was thinking based on what I'm learning so far. No, there is no 66. That's why I was saying do 50. Okay, no, we're doing 33. Dziak, if you keep it up, I'll set it slower. Because I want it to be slower anyway. Memory installation. Okay, we're going to just ignore that because that's just addition.
Belgiumet says urgent errata. Previous comments in this stream may have left the user with the mistaken impression that this computer works. T-Dot has since been amended to would make a nice artificial reef for marine life when thrown into the nearest lake. We apologize for the error. CHEER 100. End of line.
And thank you for the 100 bits. Oh my gosh, this is awful. Installing mainboard. Okay, we got keyboard connector, power connector, battery, green power connector. What? Attach green power supply control. I got no idea what that is. Turbo? Okay, sure, whatever. Turbo LED, speaker, reset, key lock, green PC, brake switch, green feature activation brake switch. When it's changed to close and open, the system will go into suspend mode. Oh, okay, so if you're going to walk away, you can have it go into standby and not use as much power. Okay, I guess. Delete key to spam. I love the BIOS menu there. That's hilarious. The typeset version of the award BIOS. All right, I think that's. Well, I'm gonna do what I said I was gonna do. I'm gonna flip through this the rest of the way. Just make sure I see everything. Okay. We've seen it all. We've read the whole thing. So we got the DX2. I think that's the first main thing we got to set. Yeah, there was no other jumper config information. There was something about cache stuff, but we're going to not worry about that yet. Out of curiosity, so they had the cache table a little later here. Is this different? Where was it? Oh yeah, it's wildly different. It's for a different revision of the board. Oh, okay. Interesting. All right. So let's set it to... Where was it? DX2, I think it's the next page. DX2. Okay. Where are all these jumpers at? Oh my gosh, there's so many jumpers. I have never heard of DS brand capacitors. The heck are these? That's a new one. The BIOS chip is barely plugged in. Okay, I'm looking for JP31. Where is it? JP6. JP30, getting closer. JP8, getting farther. 36, 37, but there's nothing in between those. 18, 20. 16, 17. Yes, now we've come full circle. You know what? You're right. Also, double stuff caps. That's even better. Here's where you find half jumpers aren't even populated with headers. Oh, gosh, that would be awful. I hadn't considered that. Is there a jumper map in the manual? I mean, maybe, but is that any better than just looking at the board? No, not really. Literally can't find the very first jumper. Red tantalums go boom. Those are some pretty looking capacitors. Dude, how can I not find this jumper? Well, I love how they put the serial number sticker right over the model number of the board. I will give them credit. They have actually tried to document the jumpers on the main board. There's a lot of silkscreen on here for things like Cyrix or DX4 or DX2. Imagine you can peel the serial sticker. Yeah, but it's all dry and it's leaving all the glue behind. What little has come up already. I don't think that's the right manual. Pretty sure it is. Looks pretty close. Yeah, that's definitely it. Yeah. Now, excuse me while I go back to hunting. See, 18, 20, J2, 8, 9, 7, 6, 5, 11, 10, 30, 3, 2, 1, 4, 34, 24, is it the stupid one? No, because it's supposed to be a 3 position. 25, that's speaker, key lock. Oh my gosh, there's jumpers in the middle of the slots. Plug it in and send it? I don't think so. 33. What's that one? I got no clue what that is. Well, there's a JP 18 that doesn't have a header populated. And keep an eye out for that. So there's silk string for the DX2. That should be the jumper. Well, there's a lot of jumpers we have to change. We have to set all of those jumpers for the whole thing. We can't not have any of them. It'd be the wrong voltage, the wrong bus speed. We gotta make sure it's all set correctly. Which is why I've never done this. And whenever I see a CPU in a socket, I'm like, that lives in that motherboard now. Screw that. You think we're getting this booted in the next 20 minutes? No, I don't. I really don't. But I think we can... Good Lord, where's this jumper? I think we can make some progress towards next weekend, because we're still going to need this for the ATI Graphics Ultra. Okay, let me try this a different way. JP12, that's the next one. I swear I saw that. 8, 18, 20, 11, 10, 30. My God, you gotta be kidding me. 36, 37. No. What? JP, okay, 12, 13, 14, 15. 12, 13, 14. Am I getting trolled here? Or did none of these jumpers exist? Yeah, I get the idea about the wrong manual. That doesn't make sense to me, though. can't peel this off. Maybe it really is. The layout in the manual, yes it does, that's the thing. Six ISA slots, one 8-bit ISA, 3 VLB, CPU, 85C417, 85C417, 8C405, 85C405, system BIOS, right there. 4 banks of RAM, keyboard, cache, U16, U17 is, that's 20, I can't read it, for clock generator, but it's right next to the, yeah, U17, right there, right next to the crystal. This matches. Nothing about this doesn't match this. Literally every single thing. Yeah, that's the thing, is I would not be surprised if this is the OEM manual for this board. But the thing is, I'm so far not finding any of these jumpers. And I don't know how, apart from the two ISA slots. What are you talking about apart from the 2 ISA slots? What about the ISA slots is wrong? We have 6 16-bit ISA slots, 3 VLB, and then the one ISA. What are you talking about? The cache chip's location is different. No, it is not. Look at this. They're 4, 8 right there. Oh, there's that one tag cache chip. Okay, so there's one thing that's very slightly different. There are 2 of them in the diagram? What are you talking about? There are 2 of them in the diagram. Where's the tag cache? Right here. It's one thing that's in a different spot. Okay. I don't understand how it's completely dodging 100% of the jumpers. That part's really confusing me. So JP30 is on there. That one's separate. The thing is that it's almost like this one is hard configured for one CPU. But you know what? We're gonna call it. We're just gonna call it. Because 15 minutes is not enough time. Here's what I'm gonna do. I do think it's a good board. I'm putting this back in here because it's still a brand new 46 motherboard. I'm going to put a post-it note on this that says probably doesn't match or incorrect manual, something along those lines. Do I have post-it notes? I should. I found a loose one. Whatever. That'll work. Wrong Manuel. Actually, it's wrong board, really. So I'll put the post-it in there, wrong board for box. Boom. All right. It's not that we can't use that. It's that the barrier to entry is different from what I wanted there now. I really don't want to use this. This is a turnkey 133 megahertz Pentium. But this is opening a whole other ball of wax. I don't want to move up in life. That's the problem. I want to move down. At this point, I don't trust being able to buy a motherboard on eBay like tomorrow that has a 386 or 387 on it that I could then pop into, say, this board to get a 386 going. So, because at this point, it's like a 2-week delivery time on everything I buy on eBay because no one wants to ship anything, it seems. The luggable 386 doesn't work because we don't have a 387 in it. The only reason we're going to the 486 is because they have the 487 integrated. We have to have the 387 to be able to run AutoCAD. I can have you 386 board in the mail tomorrow. I'm about ready to take you up on that. Yeah, you could ship FedEx or UPS most likely tomorrow. Yeah, it is Memorial Day tomorrow, I believe. So, yeah, I might actually have a harder time doing that. Yeah, Helen Croft, I do appreciate that, and Hammy's Hangout for trying to drive that point home. I will have to get that associated with that. No, it doesn't need to be that quick, just next weekend. It's yet another thing dragging out this video project. It's just killing me. I wish I hadn't realized that the 8514 is so special. And I need the computers from the clones that came out right after it to demonstrate how special it is. So why is there a random serial PS2 adapter in here? That's horrifying. That could have been shorting us.
Loraku says CHEER 100.0. It's special. In every sense of the word. End of line.
Yeah, PS2 mouse adapter, yep. All right. I mean, I could try. Here's the thing, Lucky Bob. I kind of don't want to try. I don't want to rip it out and have to put it back for the video. That's the thing. It's a lot of stress on the sockets and pins, and I'm not crazy about the idea to begin with. I'll look over my options, or to consider my options this upcoming week. See what I want to do. Because, yeah, I haven't filmed everything I want for the video on the actual 8514 yet. So... It's start picking up 386 board. Oh gosh. Just didn't go how I thought. So so as far as the aftermarket 480, I don't need a 487. That's the thing. I have the 46DX series chips. Those have the integrated math coprocessor. So that's fine. The problem is that I wanted a 386 so that it was similar performance to the PS2 Model 70 so that I could demonstrate the difference. In a very damaged box, can't guarantee it'll work. Give you another option. What socket is it? It's the J-lead socket, isn't it? Maybe, or, oh my gosh, you know what? All right, let's just go 486DX2. We'll do 486DX2. I'm setting that in stone. We'll use the manual for this board. We'll set it up as DX2. It's nothing that anyone else said. It's this stupid thing. I need VLB. Because I didn't realize I had a working VLB card, and having a working VLB card really helps this video. And if I can have the VLB card be in the same thing as everything else, it just makes more sense. So, yeah, I'm going to do that. All right. The performance comparison, just forget it, because it's not like it was ever going to be the same. Apparently, I've heard a couple of times, maybe it was just Lucky Bob, I don't know, that IBM gimped the early 386s anyway, because they all were buggy. So even if I had 33 megahertz to 33 megahertz, it probably wouldn't have mattered. So, does Rapidly Rolling Off Screen PGA socket? Okay. Yeah, here's the other thing, I kind of forgot about that. This is the only PGA socket 386 motherboard I've got. And this is the one that before we can use this is why I realized I should just give up on this. This is the one where we need to go through and reflow literally every single solder joint on this thing, because they're all cold and cracked, every one of them. The whole thing is trashed. So there's a lot of work in getting this the only PGA board I've got working. There were some areas on here that were extra bad where you could really tell, but I'm not seeing them this time. But yeah, this is the one. Yeah, this is the one that we need to do that on. And I don't know that I want to spend 4 hours on that for this video right now. So, yeah. Oh, maybe down here we'll see some of it. Or they got mangled for some reason. Jeez. Actually, those ones look pretty good. That gives you an idea of what we're looking at there, how the separation from the solder and the pin right there. I mean, it's kind of understandable on that one. Oh, look at that. Look at how much that lifted. But yeah, they're all cold solder. Look at that. Yeah, that's what I'm dealing with here. So even the ones that aren't damaged, they're like not really connecting correctly. So yeah, that's why I need to just go 4060X2. Just simplify it. Performance isn't going to be the same no matter what. Take the battery of the other 386 board. There's no battery on here. If you mean this one, battery done had the battery way. I mean, there's a... I don't know what I can do about that one. All right. Well, we'll pick this up. You linked it in TT Live. Thank you, Helen Croft, for that. I'll use that manual, configure this board. We'll continue from there. Did RetroWeb have a good photo of the motherboard? I'll just take one just in case I don't. It's hard to beat brand new anyway. They do? All right. Well, I'll take it for my own sanity so I can compare. Drives me bonkers how the phone always defaults to portrait mode photos. Has a very good photo? Okay, cool. One pic without creditor. Okay. I don't think we need a picture of the bottom. It's not like anyone's going to RE this. And it's not historically significant. I mean, it's VLB. That's pretty cool. But. Yeah. All right, there's the plan. Yeah, Sarah, that's basically what it's gonna have to be at some point. So, all right, I'm gonna run the outro, and it had to point to the wrong camera. Okay, well, we will continue on next week with the other motherboard getting configured with a DX2. Man. Is there any like kind of test suite or something that could be run to check for that like too fast processor bug? Like, I know I don't do a lot of that stuff with the modern tools that like check things about the CPUs. Is there a way that we could check that that's actually what the problem is? I would love to know. Because that... so wild. Anyway. Andrew picked to the RetroWeb. Okay, I'll get that uploaded before I leave. But yeah, alright. Oh, that's interesting. Just leave it in there, Matrox. Now that I can think of, the divide overflow is pretty classic symptom. Alright. Well, okay, yesterday I released the mail video. You might want to go check that out if you like videos about packages. And Helen Croft is in TT Live now, the photo. But yeah, only for AMD CPUs. Maybe try slowdown tool, whichever app that was. Alright. I don't know. I think going 4060X2 just simplifies things. So, alright, we'll pick that up next week. I'll have the 8514 from ATI. I keep wanting to say AMD. I want to say everything wrong possible about it. It's not even an 8514, it's Mach 8. You know what? Thank you all for being here. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get a shirt like this one. If you enjoyed this video, you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again next. But that is it for now, and I will see you all next time.